Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 23 allies. We're going up against 33 enemies. Captain's in the lead. Rajin is in second. Tattoo Lover is in third. Okay, Raz jumps to first. Tattoo Lover is in second. JR takes over third. Captain is back in third place. Let's see. I think we're about. Oh well, look at the houses are destroyed, and we're killing the rest. JR is in first place. Hajin is in second. The captain is in third, and we're done. We've won. JR 926 is in first place, 13 kill, 5 assist. Rajin is in second place, 5 kill, 9 assist. And Captain Stogie is in third, 10 assist. We've got gold, and the captain's there, so they get the whole of it. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And where am I at? Okay, I need to check because I'm not sure here. Warriors. The archers are going to be the last thing to do unless... Alright, so warriors are over here. Yeah, I've decided to focus on the primary chain, and the daily chain will just be as time allows. It is past 8 a.m. Time to visit the shop where Monk get purchased. That starts well. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above 25. I got another refresh, and that is that. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. Checking in on the viewer side where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I get a refresh and some archers. Above 55. Above 60. And more archers. Alrighty. And good morning, everyone. Good morning. And welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I hope the week has started well. I hope you got accomplished what you needed to yesterday, that you are energized for the rest of the week. Things are going well for me. Did what I needed. No emergency popped up this morning, so I got what I needed done. And yeah. All right, so today it is read and corrects. For those who are new to this, it's when I read chapters from my books and correct them as I go. I do record these to post them on YouTube, so I will be ignoring the chat while that is happening. To ensure there are, oh yeah, and the Exterminator battle may be delayed if the recording runs long. To minimize the delays, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 54 of The Captain's Heart. And I did not bring that up. Jeremy was amused by Gargaron's insistence to accompany him to the psychologist for his session. Okay, for his Kelsarian session. Implantation. He'd explained that he had the tablet, and the quite basic Kelsarian his first session had given him was enough to have it lead him there. It also pointed out Gargaron could be late, would be late for his work as captain. That made his heart laugh. There were hours still before the start of third shift, which was the shift they worked. Jeremy had enough time to get over the aphasia that resulted from the implanting, and he had time to escort him there, get some training in, and possibly hang out with a friend if one of them was free. The session was much like the previous one. They even napped. Although this time it was out of boredom. The aphasia was total. He couldn't even read the screen or tell the tablet what he might want to watch. Not that there had been anything. The only Kelsarian movie, ballads as they called them, hadn't inspired him to watch another. He'd told himself he'd do a search for comedies as the aphasia faded, but then one of the counselor had woken him, and since he'd been able to understand that a shift was going to start soon, so he should head to work, Jeremy just did just that, using the tablet to plot a route. It wasn't the most efficient one, but it consisted of the fewest turn, which he figured meant the least ways for him to get lost. Engineering, when he reached it, was deserted. It reminded him of of when he'd come to work on the reactor and the clock station had aligned to the middle of the night on the ship, of which fourth shift was basically consisted of. He was surprised Gargaron worked this shift. As the captain, he'd expected him as the captain, he'd expected him to have a daytime one. He figured having the place to himself meant he'd get more work done, but encountered the problem of not having his tools, not knowing where the tools were stored, and not knowing the Kelsarian words for those he needed to get his work done. So he couldn't ask where they were stored. He asked for engineering tool storage and got 16 locations throughout the ship. He decided to check the closest one when Turek entered engineering. When Turek entered, unlike Jeremy's first arrival, which had coincided with Turek's sleep, this time his vest was right side on. "Do you have a scanner telling you when I've stepped in here?" His friend smiled. The captain's work shift is well known. I figured you'd work the same one. Near agreed for us to adjust accordingly. We're still transitioning, so I'm later than I planned. It won't happen again, engineer. It's Jeremy. Near is really short, so someone you care a lot. You care about a lot. Your heart? Thoric shook his head. My mate. I've never felt the need to hunt for my heart. I'm perfectly happy with her, and now that you are part of the crew here, you are the engineer, and I must address you as such. Okay, fine. It's definitely not my place to force you to ignore rank, although I think it's counterproductive. Since you're here, I need your help building a toolkit. I don't have the technical knowledge yet. Technical words. It's not knowledge. He's got the knowledge, he just doesn't know how to translate it. I don't have the technical words yet to ask the system for them. before we do that, there is something you need to address. The Kelsian motion to the empty room. Are you going? You are going to have to be more detailed in your explanation. Either the implantation hasn't given me what that means yet, or it doesn't do all the social stuff you take for granted, clerk. You should address me as technician. No. Jeremy was surprised at how annoyed he was at the suggestion. I'm not going to reduce a friend to being a title. That's final, he snapped as his friend opened his muzzle. Turk nodded. What I meant is that as the engineer, you need to assign the personnel who work here. Didn't the engineer do that already? The captain overrode it while we were on the station. Okay, then can't you just go back to what it was before that? Only the engineer has the authority to change what the captain sets. You are kidding me. This rank thing means that you aren't going to go back to what you know works unless I tell you? What if I wasn't there? What would you do until the engineer was back? I would contact the captain and explain the required changes so he could implement them. Why you and not one of the other technicians? Because I am also a hunter and he my alpha. If there was another hunter among the technicians, we would compare who has had the most interaction with the alpha or whose beta is closest to the alpha to determine which of us should approach him. Jimmy rubbed his temple. This rank thing is needlessly complicated. Can I just tell you to get everything back to the way it was? No, engineer. You get that I have no idea how you work, right? Back on the station, all I need to do is tell one of the techs that what I want them to do, and they did everything else that was needed to make that happen. You were the engineer. No, I wasn't. You rubbed his temple again. This was a waste of time. He didn't like the system, but it was what he needed to work within. Hopefully, there was a manual somewhere about the social intricacies of rank. Knowing how things worked would make it more tolerable. Okay, I need to know what I'm expected to do. How many should be working? Each shift needs a minimum of 9 technicians. We are at 11 for each shift, for each of them. That's the advantage of putting... What's the advantage of putting all 11 to work if 9 is all that's required? It eases the burden on everyone. That was one aspect of Syrian culture the station could benefit from adopting. Before she went on vacation, he and Amanda had to fight over who got the text when they both had projects going at the same time. How do I go about making that schedule? Where am I going to find the technician's name? Better yet, the previous schedule so I can just make that the official one. Turek nodded to the long window high on the wall. It made sense that would be in the office. I asked to be transferred to 4th shift. Wait. Am I screwing this up? They were hours before the start of 3rd shift. Right. I did screw that up. All right. Da, 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 da. Okay. Makes sense. I asked to be transferred to 3rd shift. Aren't you already assigned to work when I do? Isn't this why you're here right now? I was assigned to you as a hunter by the Alpha. That role allowed me to change when I worked as needed. That is no longer applicable. Gradgren had assigned Thurk as his minder. Made sense. Was your job to keep me from finishing the repairs? If it was required, I was to delay the completion until the hunt was over. Which you won't tell me what it was about. You haven't asked your heart? Thurk sounded surprised. He chuckled. So much come up since I moved in with him. I haven't thought about it. Okay. How do I find out who's willing to change shift with you? The confused expression Thurk gave him made Jeremy grind his teeth. I can't just pick someone at random on third shift and tell them they now work second shift. Anytime Dr. Manuel had needed to make adjustments to the tech's schedule, it had been days of discussion and arguments. And for at least a week after it was agreed to, productivity was down. What are the Turk trailed you are the Turk trailed off as Jeremy narrowed his eyes. I can, he said reluctantly, talk with a technician who were on third shift and see if one of them is interested in working second shift. Jeremy handed him the tablet. Where all give me some write all their names. It's going to give me something to reference if I need help working out what's this out what meh help working yeah, help finding the schedules file. If I need help finding the schedules file, the schedules file. Turk typed quickly, then returned it. I will see to gathering tools for you while you work. Turk, he called as his friend headed away, then found he had no idea what to say when he stopped and turned. He didn't like the rigidity in the stance. He'd enjoyed working alongside a friend instead of a co-worker or now a subordinate. He'd never given thought to running a lab, of having people officially under him. The techs on the station were Dr. Manuel's responsibility. Forget about it. The office was as he'd seen it last, when he and Gagaran had. His face heated at the memory. He walked around the larger space than he felt he needed. The console had the standard 35 key as well as more with symbols instead of letters. Technical stuff, he figured. At the back, against the long wall, was the toilet, with its sink, a small cabinet, and towels, and a disposal access. The office had 3 dedicated printers and 2 drafting tables. He could guess at the controls based on the ones he'd worked with on the station, but would wait until the language imprinting covered them unless he had no choice. The typing tips gripped his fingers snugly. He'd tested them by flinging his head around to see if it would dislodge. And they hadn't. He sat, and with the tap of a random key, the screen showed him a list of files. Without demanding, he proved who he was. How trusting were they? Struck him as odd. He trusted the techs who needed to be in his lab well enough to leave them unsupervised, but he'd lock the access to his research and schematics. The door had a lock, but was that and the respect for rank really enough? It had to be, no matter how unsettling it felt. Typing proved to be an adventure. The language and printing hadn't given him the associated typing skills. He'd have to ask the psychologist if that came later or was a different set of imprint. Well, he was slow. The words themselves were easy to type. when he knew them. The Kazakh alphabet was purely phonetic and had fewer sounds than the English language. The search was slow. He didn't have the knowledge yet to let him access the more advanced functions, and each name he entered brought up dozens of results in no order he could identify. He figured there was a way to have the result in chronological order, but he didn't know how yet. When he found it, adjusting the schedule was simply moving Turk's name to third shift, and he couldn't make it he couldn't make it official, and it was as it was. Each shift would have more than 9, but it felt unfair to set it only to change it in a couple of days. The door opened. Engineer? Come in, Turk. You weren't answering. I didn't hear anything. Turk reached out, and Jeremy barely made out a tone. If that's not defective, the engineer has better hearing than I do. We might hear a different range of frequencies. I'll have to check. He offered the bag. It was similar in size to Jeremy's, but the material seemed to be closer to leather than the reinforced polymer it had been made from. Asherik Toroborek has agreed to work second shift, so I can take third. He located the name and moved it. Done. How do I make this official? Send it to us. Jeremy leveled his gaze on his friend. And how do I do that? If there's a step-by-step on this screen, I can't make it out. Turek hesitated, and Jeremy stood. Sit. His friend did so hesitatingly. If it needs some login or authentication, I can't help you with that. Otherwise, just send it so I can call this done and get back to fixing the reactor. And this concludes chapter 54 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. That needs to be PDF. Okay. not actually done with that just yet. Actually, not quite. Oh, wait. I'm in the wrong. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, that's the zoom. Okay. Didn't break anything. And it's not here. Oh. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 51 allies. We're going up against 38 enemies, and we are off. Arcten, Telematros is in first place. Mope is in second. Arcten is in second. JR takes over first. Moonlight is in second. Arcten is in third. We've got we've got a few enemies left over there, and then that'll be it. And looks like we'll be done. Oh, I killed my 3 melee. Very neat. I have to check the quest. I believe that's a chain. Mope is in first place, 6 kills, 7 assists. JR 926 is in second place, 5 and 5. Moonlight Baby is in third, 1 kill, 9 assists. We've got healers, we've got lancers, we've got busters. We've got nobody claiming those at this time. So, Sholsamum gets healed, Sigma OS lanced, and Arcten Telematros gets busted. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Alright, I said I need to check in on the quests, so that's... Oh, that's a single, okay. Warrior. So that, that, and you will go here. And we need healing after that, so that'll be a fairy. Right, I cannot check in on my units. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start on the next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 55 of The Captain's Heart. Galgeron groggily came awake to the shifting of the mattress. Jer, he mumbled, not reaching in time to pull him back against him. Sorry, his heart whispered. Didn't mean to wake you. Just had an idea for a design, and I want to put it down before I forget it entirely. Oh, okay. He had a thought about how odd it was for someone to just get out of bed in the middle of sleep without an emergency to drive him. There might have been more to it, but sleep called him back by then. What was I thinking? Jeremy mumbled, looking at the tablet as they ate. Huh? He looked at him, slurping the roll of meat coated in harshnir in his muzzle. I woke and wrote down notes for a design, but this thing's not made for that. I had to translate the images I had into Word, and on top of that, I don't have the technical words yet for what I needed to describe. This is something of an incomprehensible mess. What would you have needed? A drafting table. He put the tablet down to eat. Something that lets me work entirely visually would be ideal, but in a few days I should have the Calcarian words to get something started, then manipulate that into what I'm going for. He glanced at the tablet. Absently dipping his cube of meat, Gagran hadn't paid attention to Jeremy's selection, into the harshnir. Maybe once I have that, I can untangle this into something that's going to trigger my memories. He popped it into his mouth. Do you think the psycholo... He hurried for his glass. Wow, that's hot. Isn't it early to burn your tongue out like that? I thought you enjoyed some heat. I had to plunge my hand in an active antimatter reactor core once. It didn't burn this bad. Gagran stared. Why? Jimmy shrugged. A team of scientists didn't clean up after their experiment with my reactor, and the next ones reacted with that to cause a spiraling interaction. It was that to shut down the whole whole thing, or lose half the station. Lose half the station. Don't you have emergency personnel for that? He grinned. I'm pretty much it when it comes to my reactors. The S was almost not there. He sighed. I guess it doesn't matter anymore, does it? The commander's secrecy. Which reminds me, he never said why you were at the station. Turk said it was for a hunt, which I now have the knowledge to know it's the word for a military operation, but he didn't know what it was. There have been suspicions for a while now that Earthers have more antimatter than they declare. With Jeremy being his heart and on the bane, he could tell him. Anyone accusing him of revealing hunt-exclusive information could go read the Federation regulation and how it applied to Calcarian hearts. Aren't we allowed to have however much we can make? I mean, Earth is in the process of joining the Federation, not already under its rule. They are, but why lie about it unless they're doing something illegal? And to be clear, in this case, it wouldn't be Earthers committing the crime, but whichever Federation species was selling them more antimatter than the regulations permit. Einstein Station was picked both because it's the closest to Federation borders and because it's known for the antimatter research it engages in. And you didn't question me about it? Why? Do you know who sold it to Earthers? Jimmy shook his head. But you had me here in your quarters even. You had to wonder if I had that information. You're a civilian. So? Civilians don't get dragged into a hunt unless they are the target. Are you really telling me that if you'd suspected I knew the information you were after, that you wouldn't have tried to get me to give it to you? If I'd suspected you held vital information, your status as my heart would have. Forget that it's me then. Let's say you thought Amanda could have told you that she'd be the one picked to fix the reactor. You wouldn't have quizzed her as hard as possible to get her to tell you? Gregran didn't point out that Jeremy had said she'd left the station already, that if that hadn't happened, it would have meant that just Billiam hadn't meddled, so the reactor wouldn't have failed, Alexiana Karan wouldn't have been hurt, and no help would have been required. He addressed a theoretical scenario as it was. If I'd come to suspect she, a civilian, had information vital to the hunt, I'd have had to contact the Federation Security Bureau for them to either have me stand down or alter the perimeter of the hunt to make her the target. It wouldn't be the same if another species had been assigned to this hunt. The Tahornian, for example, don't care much about the niceties of keeping civilians uninvolved. The FSB is good about respecting each species protocol when it comes to those things. Then why send you? Sounds like using the Tahornian would have made everything a lot easier for them. If they could have been trusted with something like that, and if everyone didn't suspect them to be the one who sold the antimatter to Earthers, but they'd also have to explain why they were sending a Tahornian ship through Calcarian space, especially since their territory already touches the Earthers. But they'd have to justify whatever species they wanted to send through our territory, and the FSB would rather use whoever is closest than more convenient. I think they have Reosefs handling that part. It feels like their type of practicality. Okay, but what if your superiors order you to fire on a city? Turk said that hunters do what they're told. That would result in Turek Selminial is a frontline hunter. He does what his beta orders because he trusts that him and me, the alpha, have questioned those orders until there is no doubt that those actions are the only ones that will resolve the hunt. But before you add more complications, we aren't soldiers. We are hunters. Kelser has its military and they operate under different rules. They don't answer to the god? He ignored the slight mirth in Jeremy's words. They don't. He didn't understand the place the gods held for him as one of their hunters, and for his people in general. Gurgren expected that coming from a species without gods, he might never fully understand. Einstein Station has, as the last time I looked over the numbers, 2 tons of antimatter. I can't tell you where it comes from. I know we have 3 factories producing it, but I don't know what their production rates are. And as far as I know, Copernicus and Curie would carry a similar amount since they do the same kind of research we do. So they're the same kind of research. Yeah. Gagrin stared. Antimatter basically had no weight in quantities needed to run reactors. Alexiana Nakaran had told him that when he'd asked his friend for clues as to what his hunters should look for as they moved about the station. It came down to containment systems, so he'd told So he told them the type of containers to expect. The scan had showed a lot of antimatter-related particle, as well as the canisters that would contain it. They were smaller than what Alexiana had showed him, but for the mass Jeremy had told them, each would have to contain much more than he'd expected based on what his friend had told him. You look like you weren't expecting that. Gagarin chuckled. The scan didn't hit at that volume. You didn't have to tell me. Jeremy shrugged. If someone's breaking the law so we have all that antimatter, I want them caught. Gagarin smiled. Maybe Jeremy didn't believe in the gods or bore one of their names, but it seemed that they both thought well of the same one. You took your time, Alexiana Karan said, glaring. Gagarin smiled. I'm glad you're doing better. Then you'll be glad I'm well enough for you to tell me the state of my reactor. Those cursed gods meddled. That's the only way something could have gone wrong with it. If they haven't fixed it, I'm going to make my way to the forest, and they will have to answer for the sacrilege. He hesitated. Well, they are. Out with it, Graal. Dealing with these medics, he looked at the closest one, who won't tell me anything, isn't granting me the patience I'm so well known for. Gagarin snorted. His friend's patience was well known for being quite short. They've sort of arranged for it to be fixed. Arranged to be fixed? The Sandyford male's eye narrows. That's sounding a lot like there's some incompetent would-be engineer touching my reactor. My art is neither incompetent nor a would-be engineer. Jeremy is quite qualified. Congratulations, Alexander Karan threw the covers off him. Now take me to the engineering so I can see the mess your heart has made of my reactor. He swung his leg off the bed and pushed himself away before the medics could react. Gagarin caught him before he fell to the floor. What have you done to my legs? Alexina Karan yelled at the medic who helped Gagarin place him back on the bed. They were working fine before I ended up here. That would be before you were bathed in radiations and had most of your brain scrambled, the doctor said, reaching them. Like those godforsaken stew were supposed to fix me while I slept. Fix your body, she snapped. Your mind is immensely more complex, so you're going to keep that ass of yours in bed until we've reconnected all your motor functions. You are not going to, or I'm going to cut the connection to your mouth so we can get some quiet in here. Alexiana Karan looked at Gagarin. She can't do that. This is her medical bay. Unless she puts your life in danger, I can't interfere with what she does. The sandy-furred male glared at the ceiling. We are going to have words. Do you hear me? He crossed his arm and glared at the doctor. Fine, I'll be quiet. He turned his glare on Gagarin. I don't care if he's Denny Rags envoy to my bed. You tell that heart of yours to keep his claws off my reactor. I'll repair it once these people finally get done fixing me. I'm afraid I need it repaired before you will be out of bed, Alex. Then tell them to hurry the fuck up. Captain, the doctor says, I think it's best if you leave. Your presence is clearly agitating my patients. He's not the one pissing me off. It's, where are you going? I've been ordered out. Gagarin replied, I swear, Growl, the next time you show up in my office for some distraction, I am kicking you out. Good thing I have my heart to seek solace with, then, he whispered as the door closed behind him, or if Jeremy overcame what had been done to him, they could make use of the office while it was technically his. And that concludes chapter 55 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to this live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. It's been done. Hey, Deccanezer! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Your clock has been updated. Alrighty, thanks for dropping by. Have yourself a good day. Ah, da, 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 da. Go here. Ah, da, 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 da. So January 7th, January 7th, is that 9th? Oh, I know what I forgot to do. Everything seems to be. Okay. Whoops. Whoops. This goes here. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 47 enemies, and we are off. Decanizer takes the lead. Captain Stogie is in second. Ziddy 6 is in second. Captain Stogie is in third. Catacrack takes over second. Ziddy's in third. Ziddy kills an epic. I kill two of them. Decanizer stays in the lead. Mono Bear's in second. Catacrack is in third. And I think we're about to be done. Looks like Catacrack may survive. And they do. And we are done. We have won. Catacrax jumps to first place with 8 kill and 11 assist. Decanizer's in second place, 8 kill, 10 assist, and Mono Bear is in third, 15 kills. We've got gold that the captain claims. We've got berserkers that no one is currently claiming. So, Sholsamum goes berserk. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And actually, before I do that, let's go all the way back here. And let's do that. 20 minutes. Okay. So now I go for fairies. I need for healing. Unless things go badly, that should actually be doable. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I've got the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 56 of The Captain Heart. And this is the readout for Deck 3 of the Civilian Housing section. The technician explained. Jeremy now had enough of the technical language. He'd wanted to familiarize himself with the controls, and most technicians understood English. And part of your job when you're assigned at this console is to manually smooth power spike as well as coordinate with repairs so they can investigate points that aren't behaving as they should. Exactly, engineer. Cassarians used nowhere near as much automation as humans did, Jimmy was discovering. His tablet buzzed, but he ignored it in favor of watching the graphs, numbers, and lines that told the technician what was happening with the power in part of the ships they were responsible for. What's the usual response time from repair if something fails? It depends. On? Well, the severity of the failure, the technician fidgeted. How close or how busy the repair packs are. She wasn't hiding something or hoping he would miss a lie. Technicians were upfront with their mistakes. It had surprised him, considering how Turek talked about the engineer being gruff and not having patience for stupid mistakes. So why was she... It's over, someone whispered in his ear, and he jerked, spinning, pulling his tablet and raising it to... Turek looked at him, a smile forming. Don't do that, Turek. Then don't do what you were doing, Jeremy. What was I? You used my name. He yelled, trying to get Turek to stop it with the engineer while they worked, and that hadn't worked. The shift is over. I messaged you about it. You shouldn't be keeping her behind. The technician looked at the floor. Right. Rank meant she wouldn't tell him her shift was over. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry, I should have. Oh, I'm sorry, you should have told me. Thank you for answering my questions. It's nothing, engineer. She didn't flee, the way you'd expect. Based on her clear discomfort, she didn't even hurry to leave. Emotion to an arriving technician, he'd have to go to their station, but he'd be able to. Turek lowered the arm. The shift is over. I just need him to. The Kelserian sighed. This isn't how it works. The shift is over. Now is the time to live. Really? Yes, really. Jeremy stepped into the other man's space. What if I decide to spend that time living with you? He grinned at the confused expression. He barely felt the oozing discomfort, and that made him press on. You know what? The office is mine. Maybe we can get to know each other well enough. You'll give me an even shorter name to call you by. It definitely wasn't fear in Turk's eyes, but incomprehension. Maybe he couldn't understand why Jeremy would hit on him when he was married and he had Gagaran in his life, which made this even funnier. He laughed. You should see your... Turek glanced over Jeremy's shoulder and his expression went deadpan. He glanced... and hurried to move away from the other man. It's not what it looks like. He hurried to tell his heart. You mean it isn't you enjoying your friend's company? Not like that. Man, did that sound lame. I mean, you don't have to worry. I was just teasing him. He has a mate, and I have you. I wouldn't have. His heart's amusement kept him from finishing. Gauguin placed a hand on his cheek. I have no doubt all you were doing was teasing him, and that if he'd objected, your friend has the training to prevent you from continuing. He smiled at the other Kelsarian. Isn't that right, Hunter? Was that a hint of a threat in the tone? Yes, Alpha. The smile was filled with delight when it returned to Jeremy. See? His objection, that Thurk hadn't initiated this, died on his throat. What brings you here? He'd apologized to his friends at the start of the next shift if he caught him before the ranks came into effect. I have a surprise for you. He offered Jeremy his arm. He mouthed a "I'm sorry" over his shoulder, which seemed to confuse Turk, and took the arm. The route Gauguin took him along was the expected one to return to their quarters until they walked past the final turn. Where are you taking me? This couldn't be punishment for being unfaithful. He hadn't even done anything. Wouldn't have done anything. If Gauguin had showed up even a minute later, all he'd have seen was he and Turek having a laugh at the situation. You'll see. The smile was enigmatic, and Jimmy wasn't sure he trusted it. As the captain, Gauguin had to know every room on the ship. He could probably take them to, the brig? Without even having to ask for directions. Would explaining what he'd been doing help, or make him come across as working too hard at covering up a truth? Why had he found these situations so funny when they happened in romantic comedies? There were a few more turns, then they stood before a door. Gauguin motioned for him to open it. Was he really going to get him to open the door to where he was going to be punished? Well, if he had hurt his heart enough to deserve some sort of punishment, he'd take it like a man. He tapped the panel, then entered the... He looked at the Kelsarian couch. The snuggle seats on each side that were to the left of the large room, the wall which displayed a starfield. Ahead, a corridor led further in. I don't understand. What kind of punishment was he going to receive here? The hand squeezed his shoulder, and Gauguin nuzzled his neck. Welcome home. He urged him forward. But our quarters are back there. The first door on the left was the shower room, and at the back, two closed doors. A few paces further in, on the right, a door opened. A door was open, revealing a bedroom. The next door on the left was an office. The one after that, another office, but this one had... Is that a drafting table? He was at it before Gauguin replied. He activated it, then brought up the menu and its capabilities. He didn't have all the technical understanding yet to make out everything it did, but just from what he could read, it was more advanced than the one in his lab on the station. He turned. This is for me? Gauguin smiled, leaning against the doorframe. And for me. This way, I'm hoping to avoid breakfast with you paying more attention to your tablet, trying to understand what you wrote in the night, than to me. Jimmy ran at him, then before he thought better, he jumped, wrapping his arms around the Kelsarian's neck and kissing him. His leg went around the waist, then a hand was on his ass, holding him up. Their tongue rubbed together as they moved from muzzle to mouth. They moved, and Jeremy didn't care where to. The motion rubbed their erections together, and it felt good. His ass was on a solid surface, and his hands into Gauguin's pants. The fasteners were magnetic and strong enough they didn't easily come undone, but they gave as his hand reached a hard cock. Gauguin grunted and thrust in the hand. You know what? Unthrust. Jeremy pulled away. Tell me you have lube. He panted while his heart grabbed his pants from his feet. While his heart grabbed his pants from his feet, he undid his. He took them off with a couple of ass bounce on the drafting table. Then Gauguin was back between his legs, his hand glistening and a hunger look in his eyes. He nodded, and the hand moved between them. The fur brushed against his cock, and a shiver traveled from there, up his spines to the center of his pleasure center. Then his balls were pressed between him and the arm, the fingers moving between his cheeks, licking them, then pressed against. Stop! Fear flooded him. The pain would be unbearable. He wouldn't be human. He wouldn't be a man. He wouldn't. The arm held him. The arms that held him were gentle. He pressed his head against Gagarin's chest. Fuck, he whispered. Fuck, he said. Fuck! It's all right, Jer. We will attempt again. This again. The war isn't lost. It's not okay, he growled. I fucking want this. Why can't my fucking mind get with the program? What they did to... Don't, okay? Just don't. He sighed. I'm sorry. I keep doing this to you and it's not fair. I am a patient hunter. I will be here when you win the war, and I will help you celebrate. Jeremy chuckled. I hope you guys have stuff like sick days, because I'm keeping you in bed all day when that happens. Gagarin rubbed his muzzle against his cheek. I look forward to that day. Thanks for being patient. His heart chuckled. I still do not understand your need to be grateful for that. Just accept it, okay? Always. Jeremy turned, still reading through the list of boards he needed to find in the office system so he could print them, and nearly collided with the wall. What the? He looked around. How was he not in the corridor leading to engineering? Brought up the map, and even before he'd taken in the details, he remembered. He'd moved. The path he'd memorized from their quarters to engineering wasn't valid anymore. So where was he? He wasn't so far off. 3 turns, and he'd be back on track. As he turned as a Calcarian left the room, and an odd smell reached him. Well, odd to him for being on a ship. The smells of woodlands were ones he associated exclusively with Earth, the woods behind his parents' house. The door opened as he stepped to it. Where the control panel would be was a banner, like the one he'd seen at some intersections, but without the flyer on it. This was a plain banner. Unsurprisingly, the room was large. It was more humid than he expected, and along with the smell were faint sounds of leaves rustling in the breeze. Banners hung on the walls, close to 1 meter wide, 1.5 in length, each with a design. An arrow, like the one in his and Gagarin's bedroom, an eye, a nosepad, a mess of lines, the claws of Gagarin's namesake, and so many others. He didn't have names that went along with the designs, but he felt like he should. Maybe it was something that came with one of the last 2 language implants. Maybe they felt familiar because the previous ones had some details that made no sense at the moment. Without the rest. Came to a stop after a slow circuit before the banner with the mess of lines. The one with the eye was to the left. On the right, the banner bore a Calcarian skull. He hesitated, then touched the banner. The material felt like hide with rough hair. He found the start of a line and traced it. What is this? What's this all about? He whispered, his finger moving through the mess, heading for... He startled at the vibration of his pad in his hand. If you and your heart are having too much fun, call this your off day so we know not to bother you. Got lost, he replied to Turk's message. Found. He looked at the banners surrounding him and was reluctant to share where he was. It was irrational. Calcarian had to visit this room all the time. This represented their gods. He erased the words. Heading there now. Maybe that was why he didn't want to mention it. He wasn't Calcarian. These weren't his gods. He didn't even believe in gods. Maybe it would be offensive to Thurok to know Jeremy had been here. Thurok acknowledged his arrival with a nod, then returned to work. I'm going to be in the office, Thurok. The sooner I find the design so I can print them, the sooner we can finish repairing the reactor. Yes, engineer. Jeremy watched the quiet exchange that followed. The technician at the station next to Turek seemed to be, mocking him? The way she focused on her work after noticing Jeremy supported that. Decided against demanding an explanation. They were adult. he had work to do. The filing system was not how Jeremy would have structured it. He moved files around, arranged them by categories first, then chronologically. It was easier to start with what he was looking for instead of when he built the file. It meant he needed to open each one, then had to work out what it was so he could categorize it properly. It was slow, but down the line, it would streamline any search. And it was how he found himself staring at the schematic of a print design for a conical item with a slight bend in it and faint ridges, and two spherical bags at the base. A cock. Why was there a schematic of a cock in here? Wasn't the engineer a professional? Whose cock was it? The engineer? The dimensions made it larger than his cock, maybe larger than Gagaron's. He hadn't measured it, so without putting his hands on it, he wouldn't. He looked at the printers. It wasn't like he couldn't work while it printed. He sent the file to the printer and it whirled into motion. And it wasn't like anyone would come out looking in the engineer's system, right? Rank and all that. Once he had checked if it was bigger than Gagaron's, he'd dump it into the recycler, and all evidence of its inappropriate use of engineering equipment would be gone. He'd categorized 3 schematics when the done message appeared on the screen. He was oddly nervous as he opened the printer. More so when he took the printed cock out. It was so not something he should be doing during work. The first thing that he registered was how natural the material felt. Other than being too cold, it could be flesh. It could be an erect calcareous cock. The second was that it was definitely thicker and longer than Gagaron's. Satisfied, he dropped it into the recycler and returned to work. What would the numbers be for Gagaron's cock? He could measure it when he saw him after the shift. The idea of holding it, analyzing it, was tantalizing, and followed with images of calciums driven out of his mind by yet more teasing he couldn't spend. He shoved the oozing discomfort in the box, but still decided he couldn't put Gagaron through that. And he didn't have to. He knew what the cock felt like in his hands, and he had a schematic with dimensions he could alter. It was just a question of bringing them down until it felt right. The 5th print was the right one. Once held against his skin until it was body temperature, stroking it felt just like stroking his heart's cock. Enough, he ended up hard himself. He set it aside. He had work to do. And he shouldn't enjoy himself like that with a replication of a cock when he'd have the real thing when he returned to their quarter, and where he'd probably freak out again the moment it came close to his ass. He couldn't keep doing that to him. He had the cock. What if he set the lubricant to print? If he freaked out in the privacy of the office toilet, who'd know? He could practice until he beat that instinct of repulsion into submission, and when he again brought Gagaron to the level where he'd take him, he'd enjoy it. Enjoy being fucked by his heart. And then maybe he'd fucked his heart in return. If Gagaron let him. Did he even bottom? Did Jeremy top? Was Gagaron expecting him to? Not to? The done message appeared on the screen, one thing at a time. Right now, it was time to start the final leg of this war against the programming Omar and the commander had forced into his head. He didn't care how many battles it took. He was winning it. And that concludes chapter 56 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And thank you for the reminder. Yes, I have been highly forgetting to drink today. I should be drinking between each reading, since I don't really want to stop during the reading. Looks like we're not crashing again. All right, let's see. Did you compile? No, you did not. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 34 allies. We're going up against 55 enemies. And it looks like I already have all my healing. Miafa's in first place. Neon Hollow takes over that. John Taylor takes over that. Neon's back in first. John Taylor's in second. Miafa is in third. Captain Stoogie's in third. Miafa's back in third. John is in first. Neon is in second. Miafa is in third. And going up against the last batch of enemies. What are you? Healer? No, assist. John Taylor's in first, Neon Hollow's in second, Captain Stogie is in third, and we're done. We've won. There we go. John Taylor Walker is in first place, 16 kills, 16 assists. Neon Hollow is in second place, 24 assists, and Captain Stogie is in third, 8 kill, 4 assists. We've got gold, and the captain takes their cut. And the rest goes to void if red. And we move on to an insane battle before the gold chest. And before I do anything with that, I need to go check in on the quest, because I didn't check what I needed to do next. Barbarians. Alrighty. So barbarians are gonna be here. That is, yep, that's a barbarian. Wait. I need to put Amazons first. Good thing it's in the same category, because I would have missed this one. That's another quest I will need to clear. I think I've got another stage or two. Yep. So I need to put 5 into 3 user. Okay, you know what? I should be able to do that. Because I can put at least 2 more today and 2 tomorrow. Yeah, this is the one that's not going to be worth bothering with. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 7 of Stepping Wild. And I did not do that. All right, everyone, Rigel yelled, and Tibbs looked up from the crate he was helping the merchant unload from her wagon. The caravan master stood on his with on the roof of his, with the gray stone of the city wall as the backdrop. The carts to transport your goods to the market will be here shortly. Be sure that the goods you want there in time for the customers to arrive are ready to be placed on it. It's first come, first served here. Unless you are willing to part with your money, then cart owners are just inside the gate, ready to hire themselves out to bring anything you want to the market. The gate was out of Tibbs's sight, beyond multiple wagons, but he sensed the mass of people and animals on each side of the road, as well as the line of them approaching. He nodded to the merchant, and he took most of the weight as she stepped down. Who paid for moving goods from the caravan corral to the caravan marketplace within the city was always a contentious subject. Merchants expected that to be part of what the caravan master charged them with joining, but they too wanted to part with as little coins as possible. No two caravan Tibbs had traveled with handled it the same way, and none had a system which resulted in everyone being pleased. He and the merchant were halfway to where the 4 previous crates were waiting when Graydon called out, "Listen up!" He now stood on his and Rigel's wagon. "The city guards are going to be here with the carts to take charge of the corral. That's when your duties for this leg of the journey officially end. Go see Rigel for your pay, then you can do as you please. For anyone interested, I have needs of 4 volunteers." Tibbs glanced in the guard's chief direction, and as expected, the man was looking at him. He shook his head. He already had plans. "This isn't part of your previous duty," plural. "So you'll still collect your pay beforehand. The work is for a quarter of the day. Of each day, so you'll be free the rest of the time." "I'm in," a man called out. "Me too," a woman echoed. No one else sounded out, but when he glanced again, Graydon was nodding to someone unseen. "You have a week, that's 9 days, for those of you who can't make the translation, and then we leave. I need your name on the sign-up sheet by the end of the day in 8 of the 8. Yeah, you know what? It's dialogue. I need your name on the sign-up sheet by the end of the day in 8 days if you're returning to your duties. Keep in mind that your name on that sheet doesn't mean we're going to wait for you or pull you out of whatever trouble you land yourself in. If you aren't here when we leave with the sun in 10 days, this is your home. Jeers sounded from the guards with warning to watch what they drank, who they bedded, and other proclaiming they'd never miss the departure. Despite the reassurance, Tibbs knew some of them wouldn't be there. It was easy to fall victim to everything a city had to offer and either get in trouble, landing in a cell, or so enamored one forgot the deadline. Especially with those for whom this was their first time into a city not their own. Tibbs had fallen victim to such charms on his first caravan, and the cell had held him past the deadline he promised the guard captain he wouldn't. He wouldn't miss. The trouble he landed himself had also meant that when he finally escaped it, he couldn't remain in the city. It had been his first time traveling the wilds unprepared for it since his escape from the guild, and had been a reminder of why he traveled with caravans since. He'd been haggard when he reached the next village and had stayed there only until another caravan passed by. I'll see those of you coming back in 8 days, and those smart enough to stay out of trouble 2 days later. Enjoy your stay in Tarvin. Tibbs found another merchant to help until all the carts had taken the goods heading to the market. He was in no hurry. He had 8 days to work out if he'd stay in the city. He was among the last to go to Rigel. Don't enjoy yourself too much, so much you aren't with us when we leave, Tyborg, the man said jovially, offering the quaint pouch. I might not be back. The pouch was taken away before Tibbs reached for it. I have business in the city. You didn't say anything about this before. Tibbs shrugged. I didn't think it mattered. What if I increased your pay? It'd be worth for another leg as peaceful as this one. Not even one hungry animal bothered us. Tibbs chuckled. You're putting a lot on me, sir, considering how many guards you hire. Very few of them have the habit of walking into the wilderness when we stop for the night. I enjoy the quiet. It had also become the only way he could keep people from bothering him when he trained his essence work or needed to practice a new etching. Rigel smiled. Of course, that's all there is to it. He bounced the quaint pouch in his hand. I'm willing to go as far as doubling your pay. He shook his head. If my business pans out, I'll have to stay. If it doesn't, I'll know before you leave and sign up again. The man looked at Tibbs suspiciously. Can your business really pay more than I would? Tibbs just smiled. If it pans out, no money will match what I get out of it. With a saddened nod, Rigel handed him the pouch. Tibbs attached it to his belt without confirming its content. He could sense the metal in it and felt roughly like what he'd been promised, but it was more the fact caravan masters who cheated their guards didn't keep their business. Sometimes didn't even keep their lives. The coins he got for this part of the trip would see him in a simple room in a modest part of the city for well over a year, including reasonable food. Not that money would be a problem if he decided to settle here, even if the guild didn't let him keep much of what he earned from the runs. There were ample employment opportunity in a city like this. He could even resort to being a city guard if he wanted to keep Tyborg's identity out of trouble. Caravan guards had an easy time being hired by cities. The room he settled on was in a better than modest part of the city. He'd either be gone well before he noticed the drop in his coin, or money wouldn't be a problem anymore, even if he didn't visit the noble's home in the night. Omega runners didn't usually make much from their runs, but his knowledge of how the guild worked and his hidden strength would let him and his team exit with enough to survive on. His goal in choosing this room was to create the impression of someone who had the coins to buy their way into being a runner. Although, for that impression to become real, he'd need to acquire more coins, because the guild could own those who paid their way in. It did what it could to take as much of their coins beforehand. It's sometimes led to them having to indenture themselves before continuing training, and the guild considered that another victory. But that would only be a consideration if he could approach the dungeon. That had always turned out to be the problem. How local guild chapters controlled who went in and out varied from city to city, but they all did. They didn't want the training grounds to be filled with folks who stood around gawking. Of you of the stores were have have the stalls supposedly selling dungeon goods crowded by folks without coins to buy what was there. Even stepping to the gate, wishing to become a runner, didn't guarantee access. His first approach happened at night, not as a thief, but as one of the many people who worked even when the sun was no longer there. Cities never seemed to do more than slow once the sun went down. Dressed in workers' clothes with a bag of tools over his shoulder, he approached the mountainside of the city. The city had settled enough away from the mountain, he wasn't sure if the dungeon's influence reached it. If it didn't pass the wall that divided the guild-owned area from the rest of the city, he'd have to go in with less information than he hoped. Even if he talked with the dungeon, it didn't mean he'd learn much or even get a response. Some dungeons had had an extreme reaction to being engaged in conversation. Tibbs expected that for many decades the city kept its building away from the wall. There was a marked difference in the construction when he was 8 blocks away. Cities needed to grow if they wanted to thrive, and try as they might, they were pulled toward the wealth the dungeon and the guild represented. He could already sense barracks, training buildings, as well as the guild's administrative one, what he'd considered the guild back in Craggle Rock. Before he understood, back in Craggle Rock, before he understood that all such building did was oversee the functioning of this one dungeon and related businesses. The person in charge of it could do more or less as they pleased, so long as their lapse didn't cause the higher up in the guild to notice. Tibbs had experience, they could get away as Tibbs had experience, they could get away with a lot before anyone noticed. Other than adventurers patrolling the area, it was empty of people. This was one of those where the gates to the area closed when the dungeon closed its door. Well, a voice was low, and the words stretched as if they were waking up. That isn't something I've seen before. Tibbs looked around to confirm he was the only one there. Hello. He was 3 blocks away from the wall, and the mountain was far behind that. He climbed to a roof to ensure no one would disturb him. What is it? A second voice said. He still didn't know how. No, how. What? He still didn't know how far its influence reached meant in relation to how many floors it had. He'd yet to be able to get into a dungeons and stow, and the dungeons who had been willing to speak with him hadn't told him how deep they reached, even when he asked directly. The closest he'd gotten from one of them was a mocking, "Come in and find out." Him, the dungeon said. Hello, Tibbs repeated. Addressing the dungeon was always a risk. The first time he'd done it, he'd been away from people because he'd expected them to freak out at someone having a conversation with nothing. He hadn't expected the dungeon to freak out to the point of closing its door and trapping the runners inside. 20 teams had been inside, he later learned. He tried to explain he wasn't a threat, he certainly wasn't them, but nothing he said would convince it. It took 3 days after he'd left its influence before it opens its door. No team came out. He'd always engaged them. He'd always at night since. The door was already closed, so he couldn't endanger anyone. Oh, what is he? The helper asked. I'm Tibbs. If you don't know, then he's a mystery. I wasn't told they could have more than one element. You think he'll come in? That's what I'm hoping to do. That would... Tibbs waited. They'd finally realized he was addressing them. Now came their reaction at something they considered impossible. Is he talking to you? The helper whispered. No, the response had a bit of an edge to it. I am. I'm not a threat. The silence stretched. Oh, what are you? The dungeon asked tentatively. That was a good sign. Those that panicked rarely started by asking questions. I'm Tibbs. I've been a runner. I'm hoping to be one again. Can we handle someone like him? The helper asked. The sixth floor, maybe? We're going to have to do something specific for him. You know you can't. Not unless everyone on his team is like him, and then you're going to need a way to ensure only his team has to go through that. True. Tibbs didn't point out he would do the runs as if he was an Omega, and then only with the essence he picked when he was ready for an audience. When he tried to explain what he was doing, the dungeons hadn't understood or believed him. Even those who had understood that there was a structure to how the runners entered and what happened in the areas around them didn't understand what the guild was about or what it meant for Tibbs to operate under its rule. But this wasn't about that. How do people become runners? They survive my floor. There was a tone of, don't you already know that? Which comforted Tibbs. If they could be dubious about him, the chance they'd freak out were lower. That's how they gain strength. To become runners, they have to apply to the guild. It seems like you already know. Are you trying to trick us? Is this a test? The helper asked. Do those who sent you come and test me? I haven't been told about that happening, it replied, but they wouldn't if I'm not supposed to prepare you for it. I'm not. My situation's complicated. Yes, I know I have to apply, but I don't know what the application process is for this. The application process for this guild is. I'm hoping you do. He's talking about the sorting, the helper said, something like it was a revelation. But you have an element, many of them. Why would they need to sort you? Tibbs' chuckle came out mixed with a sigh. That's part of the complication. It made sense they wouldn't pay attention to that, or might even not know how to understand that part. How about the gate? Can you tell me what the weaves on it are? About? Can you tell me about the weaves that's on it? Every gate had magic protecting it, ranging from something to warn the guards if a visitor entered with unapproved weapons or something that might let them see what each magical item someone wore. The urge to rub his left wrist increased. It's a complex one, the dungeon said. It's set to respond to an item those standing on each side have. I've seen them make it impenetrable. I've seen them block just one person while the others kept moving through. Can it detect other weaves? Again, he ignored the urge to scratch the brand. He couldn't decide if it was his imagination, from Bardic and Alistair's reaching for their wrist when the brands were mentioned, or a reaction included in its weave. All he knew was that if it got to be too much, a purity weave made the itch go away. I don't know. It's a people weave. I've never recreated it, so I don't know what it's made to do. Tibbs nodded. Something about how dungeons work with essence meant they didn't have to do the kind of research Tibbs had. He'd learned enough that when he sensed simple weaves, he could sometimes work out what they might do from how the arcanists were positioned. The lines of the weave itself could tell him more. Dungeon simply knew about the essence and how to use it. If I reach your door now, would you let me in? That isn't how it's done. But would you be willing to do it? I'm just just me against your floors, it should mean you don't have to make many changes. It would. Barricon. Barricron, the helper warned. I know. He needs to follow the rules. There's not stood. All right, I'll see about registering tomorrow and see how it goes. They didn't respond, and soon Tibbs figured he'd exited the dungeon's influence, and he wouldn't hear their response. And that concludes Chapter 7 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is available for free on Royal Road. And if you want to support me as well as read ahead of Royal Road, that is on Ream's story, where we are about a dozen chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Yeah, I really forgot. Okay, I'm starting to suspect that these are something's. I do something that's ruining because I'm pretty sure I'd written it here. Oh, okay. That's interesting. The start battle message did not show up on my in my chat. Hmm. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 51 allies. We're going up against 45 enemies. Rajin is in first place. Tattoo Lovertig is in second. Captain Stoogie is in third. What are my quests? Place. Okay. Rajin maintains the first place. Tattoo Lovers in second. Neon is in third. And we're about to be done, I believe. There we go. We're done. We've won. Rajin is in first place, 1 kill, 27 assists. Tattoo Lover is in second place, 1 kill, 20 assists. And Neon Hollow's in third, 5 kill, 15 assists. We have fairies. Fairies. Do we have a Decanese? No. Really? Oh well. Decaneser does not get their fairies. We've got a healer that no one is currently claiming. So, Joey in the fog gets healed and Neon Hollow gets dusted. And we move on to a gold loyalty chest before the boss. And need to check something. Right, barbarians. I'm going barbar. So. Alrighty, let's start ourselves here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out, and I will be right. Alrighty, I will do I will set up a new chapter. Yeah, do a new chapter. Confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I do a reading of one of my chapters and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, I am doing Chapter 8 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs joined the crowd heading for the dungeon's area gate. This early, the sun barely tinted the sky. It consisted of runners and those looking to become one. He was surrounded by armors from simple to complex, worn to new, mostly reflecting the strength and social status of the wearer. Simple to complex mainly accompanied the runner's strength as he sensed it through the density of their essence. A few wore what reflected their aspiration, what they aspired to become through the density of their uh, and their unease at the weight made that more apparent than their faint, colorless essence. Worn to new invariably followed the social status, as coins were needed to keep armor looking like it had just been purchased. He's here, Barricron. As all dungeon cities he'd visited, no one here had the feel of a criminal forced to be a runner. Those were only used to feed a new dungeon, to speed it through its early floors, so it became attractive to those with money. He sensed a few with enchanted item ahead of him and paid attention to the gate's weave as they went through the process of gaining access. A few words and they were in. The weave didn't react. They'd be fine then, he told himself, and fought the urge to rub his left wrist. He repeated it, reminded himself it had been over a decade since the last time an adventurer had sensed through the etching he'd perfected to hide the brand. And he'd been through other such gates and had been fine too. He'd gone as far as engaging such adventure with a sleeveless shirt in one of the warmer cities, and the only attention the ink he'd made the etching appear as, to cover the black band of his brand, had been a mix of snide comments about the waste of good ink on his brown skin and the curiosity as to why he'd gotten it. As the adventurers at the gate became visible, the urge to scratch the brand shifting to leaving the crowd. They questioned him too. They'd question him too much. One of them would be from Craggle Rock and recognize him, or realize he understood him too well. They'd question how someone without an element could have the language enchantment only the criminals used to feed the dungeons received to avoid the chaos of no one understanding each other. He'd be fined. Reason to enter? The adventurer asked in a bored tone, and Tibbs made out her faint accent, which he wouldn't if they shared the language enchantment. I'm hoping to become a runner. He made his voice tentative, that of someone who wasn't sure if he deserved the honor. What does he mean, become a runner? The dungeon asked. He already has his elements. I don't know, the helper replied. It's not like I've seen one like him before yesterday. Tibbs moved in the direction the adventurer indicated, the exchange having made him miss what she said. He'd made it in. The first step of his plan to become a runner again. To test himself against a dungeon, regain his strength, grow beyond what he'd had, and use it to bring the guild down once and for all. And if anything went wrong, all he'd have to do was escape past trained adventurers, runners, in a gate. He had no idea what its enchantment did, but keeping anyone from crossing it through it had to be part of it. He'd be fine. No one here knew he had an element, so wouldn't be prepared if he needed to use essence in his escape. The knowledge did little to slow his breathing, and that might give him away faster than anything else. Tibbs, what are you doing? The dungeon asked, as Tibbs followed the handful of people without an element towards a building. He almost answered. That's for the easy ones, Barricrom continued. Is that an M or an... Is it Barricrom or Barricron? Got it as an N here. That's an N there. Yeah, it's Barricron. Those like you, no one there's like him, the helper interjected. Those with an element, the dungeon said in a tone of, you knew what I meant, go to the other side. They have the new ones like him decide fight to decide which floor he'll start from. Tib smiled. He could imagine the glaring at the helper if it was a person like him. The room inside the building was large, but only had one of 9 tables occupied, and the only people, 6, not counting him, lined up before it. Yeah, when he reaches the table, Bertrand said, I'm going to check in on the Hergar. Hopefully they finally learn not to make a mess of their corner. He filed a name as something to search for in the next time he was in the library. It might not correspond to an animal, like Stowe. Other dungeons named their creatures, but it sounded like they were something it was training instead of had made, so it might be something it had taken in. 2 adventurers entered the room, and Tibbs actively didn't pay attention to either. Light essence was always dangerous, and the adventurers were in the range of Epsilon. Tibbs couldn't hope to slip an outright lie past him, and the woman next to the fighter had darkness as her element. So if Tibbs tried to use that to hide the lie, she'd know. He so wanted to rub his left wrist, even if he knew that unless she focused, there was no chance she'd pick up on the etching. He'd tested it by engaging Darkness Adventure of ever-growing strength and reworked the etching each time one of them noticed anything about his left arm, even if they didn't proclaim he had an etching hiding something. He hadn't found anyone at Gamma to test it against yet, but he'd made it close to that. They headed to a door on the left wall without looking in his direction. He's next in line, the helper yelled, and Tibbs winced. Name. The clerk seated behind the table asked the young man there. The young man before her. Her element was water, and she used it to move the ink from the pot to the paper as he answered her questions. Dressed as he was, he'd be a minor noble. Alone meant he didn't have his family's approval, probably. The more minor families needed their money to maintain their status instead of hiring guards for their children. Still, if his family approved, there would be an older sibling with him. Once done, she handed him the paper, and the man headed for the exit. Name. Tyborg. That's not what he said his name was, the dungeon said. I wish he'd thought to warn them not to speak while he was here. This could get annoying. I'm more curious why she's bothering with it, the helper replied. Why isn't she sending him with the others to be tested? Citizenship. Cintabri. He never picked the kingdom he was in, because no matter how good he got at the local language, someone better could pick up on the remaining accent. She looked at him, the ink pausing in the air. I didn't know there was anyone from there with your skin color. Her tone called in question what he'd said. Well, he hadn't expected anyone to be familiar with a kingdom so far from their own. He was ready for it. My mother was from Earthian, he answered in a tired tone, one of someone who had to explain over and over how he could be from there. She escaped the war when I was in her belly and made it to Pokeshish by the time I needed to come out. Is he lying to her? The helper asked. Did he lie to her about his name or to us? He sounded offended. The clerk studied him. I don't know. Maybe he didn't lie at all. Maybe his name is Tibbs Tyborg, and he gives one to certain people and the other to others. People can be odd at times. Her frown didn't lighten, but if she had an etching to tell if he'd lied, she'd have used it. His teacher had told him that any element could be used through etching to recreate the effect of another, and books had supported that. Tibbs had never bothered figuring out how to use water to tell truth from lies, since he had light. Why would she doubt him? If she knew enough about Cintabari, To know nearly everyone there was fair-skinned, she had to know they and the Ertian kingdom were always fighting over something. The books had been filled with lists of conflict between them, and if she knew of Pukashish, she'd know it was at the border, so she should also know that anyone born within their borders was automatically made a citizen. The ink added the citizenship to the paper. Have you sought and been refused admission to a dungeon before? No. That can't be true, the dungeon said. Can it? Can people get their elements without going through us? It was true, technically. He did like that word. He'd never been refused admission because he'd learned enough in the process of seeking it to know if he could risk it. It had yet to be worth the risk. Too many processes were in place to keep undesirable out. But there was always a chance this was the one dungeon where the guild had grown lax. Do you have a team of your own? No. Have you been tested for class assignment at another dungeon? No. She looked him over, and the ink wrote Fighter, Rogue, Archer on the line. If she knew how much he read, she would have added Sorcerer. How did she determine who to test as sorcerers? Those too physically frail to have a chance of surviving another class? Had she met sorcerers? Tibbs couldn't think of one who had been frail. Not as muscular as the physical class, yes, but frail? The ink stopped flying, and she handed him the page. The testing building is on the other side. It's 15 electrum to be tested. We only take Carterian coins. If they're from another kingdom, get them exchanged and return tomorrow. How do I get my magic? What is he doing? The dungeon asked, on bordering on exasperation. Each time you make it out of the dungeon, you are tested. When you are judged to have the strength, you are granted an audience. If you survive that, you gain your element, and then you can be trained to do magic. There was the bored tone of someone who had to repeat this often. Tibbs exited the building. He had more questions. What was the process if he'd already done runs in another dungeon? Did a runner with an element have to register with a team or to do the runs, or would they be assigned one? But he couldn't think of a way to ask that. To ask that wouldn't have her questioning him in return. Each local guild office did things in different ways. Those differences could be slight or large. There had been a dungeon where the guild required everyone to have their teams made before being allowed to register. Tibbs paused when he sensed essence mixing and looked in that direction. Those two adventurers that had walked through the building were standing before the entrance to the dungeon. Each had a hand on the shoulder of the woman in armor at the head of 4 others. They were forming one etching using both their essence, light and darkness. Tibbs knew of mixed etching. He'd read about them. They required skill and familiarity with your partner or partners. It was possible to have etchings that contained each element, so 20 adventurers working together. He swallowed the memory of 8 sorcerers containing him, keeping him from saving Karina. He hadn't known how they were doing it then. Now he did. It didn't make the pain of her death less. He studied what they did as they placed their hands on the next one's shoulder. It was complex. He couldn't work out how it would work, but there was a roughness to the etching that made him think they either weren't used to doing this together or not fully trained in mixed etching. He took the risk as they moved on to the 3rd team member and approached the metal adventurer in the range of Epsilon. Excuse me. The man looked at him, the paper in his hand, and smiled. It and the eyes had care in them. Tibbs associated with a grandfather with young children. Even if the man barely looked older than Tibbs, at that rank he could be a century older. How can I help you? He pointed to the adventurers who were on the 4th. Team member, what are they doing? The men looked. I don't need them. The men looked. They're making sure any we let into the dungeon don't have thoughts of using what we will teach them against this kingdom, king, or any interest they hold. So it isn't to make sure they won't hurt you? The men laughed. I am not so simply brought down that even a team of runners bothers me. But can't they eventually take that and use it against the Guild of Adventurers? The expression had care, that of the grandfather hearing ridiculous ideas from a child. We aren't something that can be brought down. We have been here for as long as there has been dungeons. We will continue even if they end. The guild is for always. Someone didn't know his history. He wanted to ask if they were always there, or if he might have to deal with more skilled adventurer. Was only light and darkness used? But that would give away too much. So he thanked him and returned to pondering his conundrum. Should he return tomorrow as an Upsilon runner and get more information? A row, maybe? It was maddening such organization couldn't maintain a fixed way to operate across all their guilds. They had so much magic. How hard could it be to set the rules in place and make sure they were enforced? Instead, each city had, he had in, instead each city he had to start from the beginning, take a chance on what role to play, and hope he could bluff his way past people with magic and training in working out who was trying to pull one over on them. And returning as someone with an element had its risk. If the clerk recognized him, or the guard gate, or anyone else, he'd be in deeper trouble than he wanted to deal with. This felt like the closest he'd been to becoming a runner. He wasn't worried about the audience, although he wondered how they'd react to him being strong enough for it after only one run. But there would be time wasted while they made arrangement for the while they made arrangement. Then he'd have to play at being Upsilon, and just how much could he hold himself back when he had such an opportunity before him? If he started as what he was, a runner, he would start on the third, maybe fourth floor. It would be easier to keep himself into one element instead of holding himself back from everything he could already do. He changed direction. That's not where she told you to go, the Dungeon said. I need to think things over, Tibbs whispered. But you said you wanted to be tested on my floors. This is the way you get to go in. That was if he could get in. They might not be expert in their mixed etching, but what were the questions asked? Could it sense through his own etching and to the brand that was designed to that was designed to not the brand itself. That was to the brand that was designed to be noticed by adventurers. His test had been against the adventurers and in situations where they didn't suspect something. Here, they were looking for hidden motives and using an etching he knew little about. The combination of light and darkness was not a good one for him. Would any of the stories about his ink fool both of them, if questioned? Could the etching register that what they didn't? The best story for it was that of falling in with the wrong crowd, being marked as part of the test to be one of them. He could even pull on the memory of those almost things happening to make his voice, his body language fit. But even his best story was a lie. It was possible to trick a like adventurer. He'd used almost truth and not quite lies to fool that old light guard more than once back in Craggle Rock. But the questions had to be simple. The story just about not a lie. The more he added, the harder it was for it to be just about true. And there was no simple way to explain his ink. All he had were extremely refined stories. He stepped through the gate without being questioned. How about you explain yourself? Without being questioned by people, at least. He headed for an empty alley. I have to be sure I can go in. She told you where to go, but you laughed. Those two adventurers, can they tell if I'm lying? Are you? Not do you. Do you know if it's always them? Them who? The light and darkness adventurers. It's always a light and darkness adventurer there, the helper answered. But is it always them? If it was, how crude the etching was, and with a few days to study it, how should I know? You can sense how strong they are. Are they the same strength as who was there yesterday or the day before? They aren't stepping into me, the dungeon said. Why would I bother paying attention to them? Until the runners are inside, they don't matter. You were paying attention to me. You aren't like anyone there. You are hard not to pay attention to. Then I have to think about what I'm going to do. He headed out of the alley. But why? I want to find out how tough you are with all those elements. You have to know so much that I can use when you fail. Tip smiled at the dungeon's overconfidence. He might risk it just to prove it wrong, but he had to consider the situation. He only had 7 days to be certain of how he'd proceed or be stuck here with a dungeon he couldn't get in tempting him. To keep from the dungeon distracting him, he chose a tavern outside of its influence. He nearly laughed at the unseen bar started singing, but he already paid for the ale and was almost at the corner table. It's not his yet. At the corner table. Would it always be those two adventurers? Would their replacement be stronger, weaker? If they weren't skilled, this could be used as training. It wasn't like the guild cared all that much about what someone might use against a kingdom, no matter what they claimed. And they also couldn't know what someone would actually do. All Light could do was say if a person was lying now, or if they intended to change their minds. They'd need Void for a chance to know what they'd do at a later time, and none of the books he'd read had addressed that had confidence in how good those predictions were. And darkness only lent affinity to finding secrets. At Epsilon, she might be skilled enough she'd know he had secrets, but who didn't? Could she know the kind of secrets he harbored? He'd only been able to know that when he was able to suffuse himself, and moving that essence to his node of sight had not been pleasant. Would she do that? He hadn't sensed it happening. Time, he decided, would be the determining factor. He'd study the etching they used, and let me tell you of the light fingers. Tips was up. The hero of Craggle. He headed in the bard's direction. The savior of rocks. He was going to. Of a hero turned dastard. He made her out, seated at a table, smiling. Of one child turned villain. He slammed the silver coin on the table hard enough. She startled into silence as the ale in her tankard sloshed over the rim. Sing about someone else, he snarled. No one gives a fuck about someone like that. And that concludes chapter 8 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's up for free on Royal Road. And if you want to support me and read ahead of that, it is on Ream Story, where we're about a dozen chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Right. I do not finalize. I mean, it's a good reminder that I'm not actually done with this. Seventh. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 60 allies. We're going up against 48 enemies. And Void is in first place. Mugalin takes that over. Marlin is in third. There's a cursor. Let's see. Mugalin is in first. Marlin is now in second. Tattoo Lover takes over third. Meowfa, Tattoo Lover, Catacrack have killed Epics. Where is my cursor? There you are. That's a healer. Okay. And looks like we're about to be done. JR killed another epic, and Razjin kills the last one. Mugglein is in first place with 14 assists. Tattoo Lover is in second place, 10 kill, 2 assists. And Severin Marlin is in third, 11 kill, 1 assist. We've got gold, and the captain gets their cut. We've got Centurions that no one is currently claiming, so Tattoo Lover gets shielded. And we move on to the boss battle. And what am I putting down here? Barbarians again. As always with souls. I actually thought this morning, giving my first unit, I put down the soul. That is a victory for me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start the next chapter, or the last one this morning. Confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I've got the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 9 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs was less apprehensive as he approached the gate with the other runners and would-be runners, but no less alert. The weave at the gate hadn't reacted to him the day before, so it shouldn't this morning. But he couldn't know if something had changed throughout the day, so he was ready. He headed for the training hall instead of the testing building, ready to offer the admission building, claiming he was lost to anyone questioning why he was there. The building was the largest. I don't need there. Was the largest, abutting the wall on the sunrise side, and before it fields were set, with runners already training. Inside, the entryway ended at a junction with a large hallway on the left and right. Too many doors for him to bother counting, opening to rooms for trainers to instruct runners in how to use their elements. He sensed many trainers with earth, water, air, fire, fewer with darkness, beauty, light, and corruption, and even less than all of them combined to handle the other 12 elements. Possibly not even all of them. Some, like Potentia, Force, and Binding, only seem to be trained at the occasional dungeon. You know what? Let me change this a little. There we go. He peered through an open door. The woman, leaning against the wall, looked at him, bored. Come back if you live to get your element. She had water, and like a lot of the trainers here and throughout the dungeons Tibbs had tried to gain access to, was in the high delta to low gamma range. What do I have to do to survive a run? She snorted. If you have to ask, you're already dead. Isn't learning as much as I can about it how I'll survive? She looked at him again with only slightly more attentiveness. You don't look like a sorcerer. He looked himself over. What do sorcerers look like? He wore the same as he had the day before, a good set of travel clothes, thick fabric with patches to reinforce places that some will wear. It wouldn't be great as protection in a dungeon, but compared to what the guild had handed him and the Omegas, they've thrown they'd thrown they'd thrown into stow to be eaten, it was much better. Books, she said with disdain, pockets and packs full of them. Always thinking the answers are in those instead of out here. Why are the guards by the door? Don't the guards patrolling the courtyard make sure no one causes trouble? Our expression turned suspicious. As he slowly aged and went from being a child to a young man, people's willingness to answer his every question had shifted to questioning his motives. They couldn't seem to believe that he'd kept that unending curiosity, that he wanted to learn just for the sake of knowing. That he had motivations behind every question, same as he had when he was a child, didn't keep him from wondering what happened to them that they no longer thought curiosity was normal. But since he'd already decided he was a would-be sorcerer, he had the freedom to ask, even if it annoyed her, because they've been assigned there. But freedom to ask didn't ensure he'd get a usable answer. He moved on through the hall. No one was as brusque as she'd been when he asked them questions, but no one bothered replying with something useful. The sense he didn't belong in that building because of his lack of an element was palpable. The hall ended in a door leading outside, and he walked the grounds. No one questioned what he did there. Some of the booths now had merchants, and runners perused the ware. When a team exited the dungeon, injured, tired, but in good spirits, he angled his walk towards the loot table a few steps away from the path leading to the dungeon's door. They were Omegas, although the young woman, being supported by the fighter, had slightly denser essence. She might test ready when an adventurer checked her for an audience. He timed his arrival for when they walked away from the table after handing over items and coins. How was it? He asked with a quiver in his voice. Hard, the fighter in the lead said, his accent marking him as a local. His armor was the kind leathersmiths sold instead of what the guild offered to those who didn't have their own. It had multiple repairs, but all looked to be well done. He could afford to have it repaired. The sword at his belt, as well as the shield at his back, were plain, but the metal of the blade and the binding around the wood was good quality. But we're making progress, the girl behind him said, with an accent he couldn't place. She was the one ready for her audience. We almost made it through to the sixth room this time. Well, she wore armor, something lighter than the fighter. Her lack of weapon meant she was the sorcerer. Clerics trained at the Purity Dungeon until they were a row. How many rooms are there? Depends on the route, a younger version of the sorcerer said with a similar accent. Her freckles gave her an innocent look that the mischievousness in her pale green eyes contradicted. Definitely the rogue. We're taking the longest, so we need to go through 12 rooms. Isn't it easier to reach the boss room if you take the shorter one? The shortest one? Easy isn't the path to gain. The other boy said in a monotone that reminded Tibbs of people living around the Purity Dungeon, but his accent was local. The maces at his belt marked him as another fighter. It isn't the way we picked, the third fighter said. The girl was the same age and height as the fighter who'd spoken. They looked enough alike they too could be siblings. A runner of each class wasn't the standard Tibbs had learned it to be from how the guild ran things in Craggle Rock. Just like each guild had its own way of handling how access to the dungeon went, they decided how Runner's team needed to be formed. With one exception, few guilds cared who was on a team, so long as the team had 5 people on it. Always that abyss cursed number. It's how things are done. Always that same number, that same answer. He understood the guild couldn't allow too many people. So many people on a team, they would overwhelm the dungeon. There was a balance to maintain. But why couldn't they let smaller teams in? Smaller teams in? Wasn't it their decision how much risk they were willing to take? No, always five. Pushed the anger aside. Could It could get in the way of gaining information. He looked around, then leaned in. When he spoke, his voice was a whisper. What did they do to you? The guards by the door? They always put their hands on people going in. The pair was different, but also Epsilon. Their etching wasn't as crude as the two of the day before. They just asked what our goals are. The leader replied with a shrug. If we liked the king, if we were going to help her when we were strong enough. Boring stuff. Did you lie? He asked conspiratorially. They exchanged a disbelieving look. No, the leader said, we don't care about kings. When I'm strong enough, I'm returning home to protect my town from bandits and the animals. Us too, the sorceress said, pulling her sister to her with a smile. Our village so far from anything, it took a month by caravan to reach the city. They'd been gathering electrum and silver since before we were born, the rogue said, and we were the best of those who wanted to come. When we go back home, everyone will be able to rest easier. There's wanted to warn them about the guild charging for the essence training, but he had no way to convince them. How could an Omega like him know anything of how the guild worked? And wouldn't the guild have told them if there was a cost to the training? Some did. Tibbs had found out, but they were rare. Even they were set up in such a way that if runners wanted to survive, training wasn't required to enter a dungeon, but now that they had their elements, they wouldn't gain much from the first floor, and facing the second without being trained? Not enough managed to be worth mentioning. In the end, they had to take the training, pay if they had the coins, and denture themselves if they didn't. He nodded as they parted way. He couldn't work he couldn't work up the strength to wish them well. What would they do when they realized they'd be working for the guild for so long they wouldn't recognize their own town and village when they were finally able to return there? Would the guild send someone to protect them? Would they be allowed to send messages to the families to let their families know why they weren't returning as hoped? He didn't think the guild cared about what happened to places that needed months to reach. He finally headed to the testing area. He handed the admission paper along with the 15 electrums. They were local, Carterian stamped coins as he'd been instructed. He'd taken 2 silver from his own coins to get exchange and had received 26 electrum instead of the 30 he would have if they had been Carterian. If he planned on settling, it was best to slowly remove the coins from other kingdoms before he needed to use too many of them when paying for help in need. Even the criminals looked askance when it seems an agent of another king bought their service. The woman who looked the paper over had crystal as her element and in the mid-range of Epsilon. Clerical work within the guild seemed to be done mostly by Epsilon adventurers. He figured they just passed their test and weren't ready to be sent out or had no interest in progressing beyond that. The tests were the same, bashing at an Epsilon adventurer with various weapons, being handed a lock and tools to crack it with, shooting a bow, draw complex design, and answer question only those who read a lot could answer. Some had different tests, like here, where he needed to bandage a wound. He always picked a weapon he had little experience with and answered questions badly. He always did his best with the bow and failed horribly. He failed to open locks or keep the traps from triggering. He was decent with bandage because he'd had to learn to convincingly apply them to cover the occasional healing help he gave. His lack of skill in any of the tests meant he'd ended up as fighter more times than as a rogue. The guild didn't waste the power crystal on someone who couldn't formulate mental symbols to activate it and fire the bolt. Even if they charge him for it. Making someone who couldn't hit a target an archer was a waste of meat shield. Tibbs spoke with the others taking the test as he went through his, as well as with the adventurers administering them. This way, he confirmed that the pair of adventurers at the door were there on the king's queen. The guild didn't care about allegiances to kingdoms, but didn't object to the adventurers earning extra coins, and it used the experience as training for the Epsilon adventurers. You know what? Just as training. It meant the etching the pairs would be imperfect. If he studied them, Tibbs should work out ways to ensure he had his own to protect what he didn't want them to discover, even by accident. An Epsilon Darkness adventurer shouldn't be so adept at sensing their own element at sensing their own element at sensing their own element was etched. Why do I have this capitalized? Etched into to sense the one. What? An Epsilon Darkness adventurer shouldn't be so adept at sensing their own element. They'd be able to sense the one covering Tibbs's forearm. He didn't like dealing with shoulds. So long as the questions were only towards Tibbs's intent toward the king, he wouldn't have to lie. He didn't care about kings. The sun was well past its zenith when the testing ended. Tibbs was declared a fighter, and he picked the mace and shield as his tools. He and the others then headed to an assignment area, and it was quickly apparent that most of them were fighters. He hung back. Those who hadn't already formed their teams were grouped, mixing the classes until only fighters were left. While a fighter team would easily win any fight on the first floor, they'd fall to the first trap. The guild might not care about the runners, but it wasn't so wasteful as to send them to certain death if there was no gain in it. With a dungeon who had at least 7 floors, Tibbs figured that Omega's falling to its trap didn't gain it much. They were instructed to return the next day, where they'd be assigned to teams who had lost their fighters. Most would. The reasons the guild made anyone they couldn't easily fit into another class of fighter was that they were the ones who died the most. He made it to the gate. Really? Barracron said. You're leaving again? Didn't think you were paying attention, Tibbs whispered. I have other things to deal with, you know, but I did glance your way here and there. I'll be back tomorrow. That concludes Chapter 9 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. And if you want to support me and read ahead of that, it's on Ream's Story, where we are about a dozen chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Did I finish this? Yeah, I did. Okay, so I can take that and move that there. That's done. It's done. Be right back. Oh, I know what I forgot to do this morning. I forgot to deal with the world witches. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Of course, I forgot to do 81. Hmm. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 44 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies, and we are off. Rajin is in first place. Neon takes over second. Neon kills the boss. Captain Stogie is in third, is in second. Darth takes over third. Captain Stogie is in first. Rajin is in second. Darth is in third, and we're about to be done, aren't we? Karakra kills the captain, the blue toy. Captain Stogie is in first place with 18 assists. Rajin is in second place, 4 kill, 11 assists. And Darth Torlin is in third, 1 kill, 11 assists. We've got fairies and no Decanizer. We've got Centurion, we've got Berserkers. We have no one claiming those at this time. So Sigma OS gets dusted, Severed Marlins gets shielded, and Darth Torlin goes berserk. And we move on to the next map where we will have token and a boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the token chest. And if I do that and this, there we go. So another barbarian. Yeah. Let's go see what I need, what this quest leads to. Assist from buffing. Okay. Well, that's going to be next battle. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this will turn out. Just updated it to bleep. Alrighty. I'm actually up to date. Whoops, closed the wrong thing. Alrighty, it is lunchtime for me. I'll do my best to return in about 20 minutes, in time to run the battle. If I cannot, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 34 enemies, and we are off. Captains in the lead, Mrs. Shadowseer, Mr. Shadowseer is in first place. Tigris is in third. I and Neon Hollow have killed epics. Neon Hollow and I. Yeah, it looks like it's the only two of us. Oh, wait, Mr. Shadowseer killed an epic. Another one. And nope, that's void. And with that, we are done. Mr. Shadowseer is in first place, 5 kill, 12 assist. Captain Stogie is in second place, 4 kill, 13 assist. And Astromage is in third, 5 kill, 6 assist. We've got gold, and there's a captain right there to take their cut. Warriors and rogues are not currently claimed by anyone, so Lucifer gets robbed. MTC 416 goes to war. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the token chest. Assist from buffing, but first, an Amazon. I really wish I could see how long these guys stay. Feels like they're resetting faster than on the viewer side. Alrighty. We'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station 1. Battle Station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 83 enemies. Ooh, could be interesting. Tigris was in first place. Sigma takes that over. Lucifer is in third, is in second, is in first, is in second again. Sigma is in first. Catacrack takes over third. Lucy's back in second. Gator Paws is in third. Catacrack is in second. Gator Paws is in second. Catacrack is in third. Sigma's in first. And we're done. We've won. That was quicker than I expected. Sigma's in first place, 37 kill, 6 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 1 kill, 30 assist. And Catacrack is in third, 31 assist. We have Lancers, we've got Saints. We have no one currently claiming those. So, Rajin is sanctified. Sigma OS gets lanced. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the token chest. And where am I at? Buffing. Buffing. So we are going to try Centurions. Seem to recall these are decent buffers. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alrighty. Oh, so about the only thing that are really staying from this is the fact that we're dealing with a hacker. Not really. This one time where I didn't mean along. Hey, Serious Production! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And good, one of the D&D players put us into an incorrect... One of the D&D player put us into an incorrect quote generator. So you woke up in a good mood. Okay? There are basically dialogue meme, mostly on Twitter and Tumblr. Insert your own characters. Oh, okay. So it was humor that put you in a good mood. And yes, I did not know what that was. Now you mentioned you got your new player. He finally flushed out his PC. Finally, this stupid party has a tank. You mentioned that yesterday, that you had a new player lined up. Party finally has a tank. What's his survival rate? Things that parties can throw in front between them and danger don't usually survive very long. Character is called Ivan. He hails from Voynab, Soviet Union. So he set himself as the anchor of the team. Cool. Very cool. If you barbarian, also flame trooper. Armed for the flamethrower, deadly in close quarters. Stands has gone quite well. Very cool. May he have a long and fruitful life. At least comparatively to those who throw him in front of the enemies. Victor is no longer the only frontliner. She can focus more on being proper medic, proper healing, with a collective IQ of 1. It's always fun to see. He mostly annoys Thomas and Arlo with how loud and obnoxious he can be, but in an endearing way. Cool. Just running short dress. He read the Communist Manifesto to pass the time, and whenever he opens the book, the Soviet anthem starts playing. Battle station. Everyone, battle station. We have 57 allies. We're going up against 77 enemies. Sigma's in the lead. Let's see. Sigma's in the lead. Gator Paws is in second. Catastrophe Chef is in third. Saffron takes over third. I have assist. Hopefully they'll be the right kind. And we're done. We've won. And I've got my buffs. Very nice. Sigma OS is in first place with 40 assists. Gator Paws is in second place, 14 kill, 7 assist. And Saffron Moonpire is in third, 7 kill, 14 assist. We have gold, so the captain gets the biggest slice, and the rest goes to Neon Hollow. And now we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the token chest. And I have to clear a quest. See what it's replaced with. Alright, what am I placing here? 4 Berserkers. Well, that puts me in the Warriors again, which means I can keep an eye on my Amazon. And you, that's a Berserker, yep. Get a soul. Oh, did I forget to give... Forget to give my Centurion a soul. Still, he was there for assists, not for kills, so... It's only annoying because I'm supposed to be learning to do that. Alrighty, so... half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. He even has it binded to a soundboard and everything, so he just blasts the shit without warning. And I made the campaign, said you'll have no fourth wall breaking gags. Couldn't help yourself, because his mic is very bad with scuffed music. Makes it so much better. Well, always good when you're able to entertain the game master. It's an unintentional joke. Your girlfriend was on the server, but she doesn't show up. It isn't her thing. She just wants to know what I'm up to sometimes. She'll come out anywhere at least once. You know, we dubbed it the girlfriend jump scare. Last night was you can't walk through the door. The captain's blocking the door because he's built like a fucking fridge. Go from out of nowhere. Body shaming now, are we? Of course, the counter to that is to have a picture of the guy who's actually a fridge. And then you're not body shaming. You're just properly describing. Properly describing. To be offered, to be honest, describing someone as a fridge to me means a lot of muscles. Like somebody basically square. It's not really about fat, but I'm old, so maybe stuff like that has changed over the years. She doesn't care about context. Well, you know, so long as she gets her fun, that's what matters, right? Lean muscle are inhumanly tall, really ripped, not necessarily wide. Okay, fridge might not actually work. I mean, to my mind, still not falls in body shaming, but uh, inhumanly an oak, I guess. Yeah. Ultimately, it's not like it's not my game, so it's not like I have to worry about that stuff. Early in the session, where one of the player went, you know what we should do? Watch Human Centipede. Damn well should get excited. Uh, You have a a picture? Yeah, sure. I would love to see it. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Okay. Lingerie are 3 hours. No, almost. Actually, no, 4 hours. Wow. While the mythic are 2. Okay, so that's why I've been putting more. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 43 units. We're going up against 53 enemies. Rajin is in first place. Mope takes that over. Katakrak is in third. Let's see. Mope is in first. Rajin is in second. Qwiz is in third. Is in second. Rajin is now in third. Katakrak and I, and probably others, have killed epics, and we're done. Number one. Mope is in first place with 25 assists. QS Creates is in second place, 10 kills, 4 assists. Rajin is in third, 11 assists. We've got gold, so... Oh, the captain's gone. Well then, everyone rejoice in sharing the gold. Lucy, Ferdex, Karma, and Quinn all get gold. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. And then a very hard battle on the way to tomorrow's token chest. And time for another berserker. And half an hour to see how this turns out. Welcome to the stream, James. So, 517 words. Anecdote of aristocracy going out. A healer's story. And 6 before coming home. Oh, congratulations, James. Six equal. I do not get that. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Indicating this was done before coming home. Got it. Context books. It is on its page or in its page. Um, Consider yourself hugged back to start with. Um, about the content. The content is in its page. It's in the book on its page. In the book in its page. I'm checking with because I actually is it how it looks and what it has on its pages is what you are getting. Uh, how it looks and what it has on its pages is what you are getting. That reads correctly to me. I get the feeling that you're dealing with a situation where both work and it might simply be more used in certain region versus the other. Well, because both read well, because I can read how it looks and what it has on in its pages is what you're getting. How it looks and what it has on its pages is what you're getting. Both read well. You know, stating I'm no authority. Um, if it's dialogue on top of that, then I would say then it's the way the person talks. Um, but the way you've written it sounds correct to me. Thank you very much for resubscribing, Raven. You seem to be back up for real now. Well, welcome back. Motherboard, power source, both replaced. I hope it resolves the issue. So do I. So far, so good. Cool. You are back. Would you're back? Would I like to know? Uh, I'm gonna say yes. It feels like there's a couple of words missing there. Um, in the book on its pages, that's the correct use of in and on. Ah, okay. Very cool. Very cool. I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 51 allies. We're going up against 39 enemies. Mope starts us in the lead. Arctan is in second. Katakrak is in third. I killed a toy soldier. Mope maintains the first. Marlin is now in third. Arctan is in second. And we've got barely... Oh, we just lost a vampire. And we're done. We've won. Mope is in first place, 15 kills. Arctan Telematros is in second place, 8 assists. Severin Marlin is in third, 6 kill, 1 assist. We've got fairies. Do we have a Decanizer in the battle? No, no Decanizer. We've got a Berserker that no one is currently claiming. So, Severin Marlin gets dusted. Arctan Telematros goes Berserk. And we move on to an insane battle on the way to tomorrow's token chest. And, right, Amazons. Okay, well, at every 2 hours, I may actually be able to do this tomorrow. I may be able to finish it. You know what? Let's go. Come on, over here. Alrighty, it is past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop where monks are getting purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above 25. I got another refresh and monks. And that is that. Half an hour to see how this turns out and to visit the viewer side where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I get a refresh. I am above 55. Another refresh. I am above 60. And that is that. Well, let's just see. Okay, so. Oh, that's it. Internet went out, but you're back. Welcome back. I hope that your stay out of reality was acceptable, was survivable. Well, you're back, so clearly you survived it. Well, grammar can be learned, can be practiced, can be improved. And if not, a good editor can help. Did you want to see the picture? Yes. Yes, I would love to see the captain's picture. Okay, I will say that a house, you can't see this muscle from the coat. Okay, so the musculature is not representative here. Okay, because yeah, purely based on the picture, I would say fridge is probably not. But okay, yeah, neat. 6'9", solid giant. Cool. To kicking a live warhead off a ship, tanking a sniper bullet to the head, and throwing a rogue a solid 20 feet like a rag dog. Doesn't apply to him as far as his physiology goes. He's a perfectly normal human. Ah, tanking a sniper bullet to the head throws that a little off. I mean, okay, I'm gonna time myself out on rules of our reality. That throws it off. In your game world, if a normal human can tank a sniper bullet to the head under the right condition, okay, that's perfectly fine. But oof, I have no idea who Garp is. I do know of One Piece, but I've never watched it. Um, okay, it is your world. Um, but if I was playing in it and someone were telling, someone were I would be calling bullshit on their story. That's okay. Again, it is your world. Like I cannot, like I won't go. You are wrong, but it would be stretching credibility to me. Um, You can't be on, to my mind, you cannot be on par with superhuman without being superhuman. The only thing you can be as a normal human is peak human. Anything beyond that makes the person super. But again, like in that setting, I would be expecting a reveal at some point that the person who tanked a sniper bullet to the head, well, there's something there. Um, but ultimately, so long as you and your players have fun, that's the important thing. Tank it got a scar. Another character who is superhuman tanked it without a scar. So yeah. Okay. The difference is, um, damn it, the word is escapes me. Superficial at best, because a bullet to the head is a bullet to the head. There's a reason. There's an expression about it. It's like if I no, and that's the important thing, you know, that that all of you have fun. It has happened in real life or under the right circumstances. Really? Like like tanking? Okay, well, I mean, at this point, it could be terminology. Um, I- the issue here is how bullets work. Bullets fracture on impact. And um, again, like at this point, it's this. This is not a productive conversation to have anymore. It's about how we view things, and we view them differently. So that's what it is. Knocked out with a bullet to the head instead of just dying is very different from someone who literally had the bullet ricochet. So I think it's a fair assumption to make. Um, yeah, I'll again. We are coming at it from two different point of view, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that we won't be able to find a middle ground because we're on two different paths. We're not crossing. We're on two different paths. I have a way of looking at fiction, at how characters react and what being human means, and you have a different way to look at it. And neither are wrong until we try to go, you're right and I'm wrong. And I have no interest in convincing you that I'm right, because it's your world, it's your story, it's your game. You handle it the way you want to, the way that makes you have fun and your players have fun. Me, and if I were to play in your game, that is something I would have to accept. I think it'd be hard, but I would have to accept that this is one element I need to suspend my disbelief on. Um, Very cool. Now, and you have every right to be proud of the character. I have some variety with normal human villains with no powers, but still wanted to keep the intimidation factor. We tap into anime, and again, perfectly fine. If I've made you feel like what you did is wrong or not, should be better, I apologize. That was not my intent. I do have a habit of getting lost in the weeds of wanting. I have a habit of wanting to make things fit my view. How I see reality, even in fiction. I do have a habit of that. And when Iker says your writing is really insightful sometime. Okay, okay, so long, so long as, because the last thing I want to do is discourage someone from being creative. And I know that I can sometimes come across as intimidating, as being forceful, as imposing my views. I try not to, but most encouraging people in your life, don't. I will always worry about it. I will always worry about it. Mainly because the day I stop worrying about doing that is probably the day where I'll start doing it wantonly, or on purpose even. And like I said, that is the last thing I want to do. Well, not what I want, but actually, let's. And plan for him to be able to tank a bullet, but you wanted him to be a recurring villain, and they almost killed him the first time they encountered him, so you had to improvise a reason why. Tom's natural 20 didn't kill him, and that's kind of what you want. I know, again, like it's different way of approaching it. Alrighty, we're gonna have advertising, Stream Raider Battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 70 allies. We're going up against 101 enemies. Sigma is in first place. Decanizer, oh, now you're back, is in second. Arcten is in third. Neon is in second, is in first. Sigma's in second, is in first. Neon's in second. Decanizer's in third. Wow, Neon and Sigma are, yeah, top position without contest. Decanizer's in third, and I think we're done. Yep, we are. Neon Hollow is in first place, 46 kill, 2 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 36 assist. Decaniezer's in third, 11 kills, 16 assist. We've got gold and... oh, the captain's still not there. Then we've got a fairy, and the Decaniezer's finally there to get their fairies. And then we've got Shinobi that no one is currently claiming. So, Meow Meow and Darth Dorlin get Shinobi's QS Creates. MTC 416 get gold. And for the last battle of the day, we have an insane one. Amazon Berserker. Yeah, archers are not. I'm not bothering with that. So. Alrighty. Oh, wait, let me tag this. Oh, not tag it, mark this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. I didn't plan to the server, no, just fine, just rambling. The thing is, it's creative work slash gaming. You don't need to, you literally do not need to justify. You know, unless you decide that's what you want to do. Like, and this is where we are probably different. I would start layering reasons why he was able to do that. You know, probably over time. You know, my players would come to learn that, you know, he might not be entirely human in a different way than the metal that they're dealing with. Like, again, if it were me, those are because that's how I do things. You know, I have my definition of what, you know, normal human means, and and to be clear, I would have pulled a stunt like, well, a stunt. I would have pulled what you did with a character like that. You know, wanting him to stick around, a natural 20, I would have gone, okay, you know what? He's not dead. And, you know, then I would have started layering things. Tom nicknamed him Lucky Bastard. He has some of the worst bullshit roles you've ever seen. I mean, a lot of the cool moments you've planned for the villain. Pretty sure most of the antagonists are 70% less intimidating because of his nat 20s. Um, that can happen. I've back when I was a GM, a game master, I've had to pull stuff like that to put my players in their place. And I did it by bringing stuff that there was no way they could beat. Not by like literally they were creatures that could not be beaten, and because they were way too overconfident. I needed to put them in their place, and the system is GURPS, so it's not D&D, or I don't know which system you're using, but it's a different system. And like literally, and the way I did it is I had them confront a dragon. And the big fighter of the group goes, "Oh, I know how to deal with that." And he had a spear launcher and all that. And he was very, very strong and very, very skilled. And he goes, "Okay, I aim for his eye and I launch the spear." And he rolls, I don't remember if it was a crit, like I don't remember if it was a critical hit, but he rolls a perfect hit, rolls a ton of damage, and I look at him and he goes, "Okay," the spear goes patlink, bouncing off the eye, and he goes, "That's impossible." I go, "No, it's not." I had to teach my players that what's in the rule book only applies if I says it does. Not in a I'm going to change the rules, but they knew the rule book so damn well that they could qualify as rule lawyers. But yeah, it's again like different way of approaching beats the villain. These stage bosses are unwinnable fight. The mission is lost when they keep missing their hits because they are slippery. Maybe that makes them want to be good air. Of really good air and uh okay, I know what I mean. I'll be right back. Antagonist, so you had this whole bit where he was throwing artillery shells. He already took a dodge action, so he dodged the first shell, tried to make the whole bit impressive. You can dodge the second one, and he's noticing with no time to dodge and roll a 6 anyway. Um, hmm. I mean, I guess oh, you rolled a bad roll. You had a bad roll. Okay. And actually, it's not air circulation, it's air filtering. It'll tell you as a DM it's okay to cheat the dice for the sake of suspense. Personally, you dislike it, feels unfair to the player, and acknowledge that it's a game, not a movie. How the fight goes, you rob yourself and them from the unpredictable. I agree with you on that one. My way around it when I DM'd was to not make the fights the critical aspect of the story we were building. um, Fights were just one of the element. So yeah, yeah. And GURPS is a little different. GURPS is not combat heavy as a system. It's actually rather very light on combat. And if that's what they signed up for, also we're in a war, in a world war first and foremost. Yeah, that is true. I did ruin your bit. Double artillery dodge is probably one of the campaign's most memorable moments. Cool. Actually, no, I don't need one of those in here. That's perfectly fine. Also rolled that one in some of the dumbest moment. Actually, have a house rule. Yeah, the dice in the game, me and my co-script that I'm playing with my co-scripter don't like me at all. And it'll result in whatever action they're taking having some negative effect. Mm-hmm. Well, that makes sense. He was the one thrown by the captain, told him to do a dex, and tried to land safely, rolled a nat 1, made him fumble his leg belly, crashing to a nearby wall, taking additional damage. Hopefully, well, I mean, I say hopefully. At this point, I expect he survived. Say can have any effect depending on the situation, like friendly fire, alarming more guards when you should be doing stealth, aggroing someone during a charisma check, angering someone during charisma. Yeah. All that you adore, called last stand. If you're about to die, you can choose to forego your death save throw. Perform an attack your character shouldn't be able to perform. Something way above their level, last ditch effort. Afterward, the PC drops dead. Yeah, that is very cinematic. Alright, what is you're gonna look okay, cool, thank you. I've got about 15 minutes left. So enjoy the rest of your day, serious production. Pay attention to battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 53 allies. We're going up against 117 enemies. Fun times ahead. Catastrophe Chef was in first place. Neon is now there. Decaniser's in second. Mope is in third. Sigma takes over third. Catastrophe was in third. Is back in third. Decaniser's in second. Neon is in first. Sigma's in third. And we're done. We've won. Neon Hollow is in first place, 1 kill, 32 assist. Decaniser's in second place, 2 kill, 18 assist. And Sigma OS is in third, 7 kill, 12 assist. We've got fairies, and there's a Decaniser. And then we've got gold, but no captain. And the Centurion is not claimed by anyone. So let's see. Rajin gets gold, Varius and Sondri get shielded, and Decaniser gets dusted. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a token chest. Then we'll have the boss and whatever the next map brings. So I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid to Books and Bounty. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.